And hello, BookTube. Welcome to Saturday Reading Sprints. I started a little bit late with the broadcast. I ordered dinner and got here late. Hope from Hope's Books will be joining us shortly after she eats. Hope everyone is doing well. I need to share the link with a couple places. So let me do that real quick. Gonna put you on mute. Okay, unmuted now. Like I said earlier, hope everybody is having a lovely weekend. I am sitting here eating dinner. Um, we will start our first sprint a few minutes after Hope arrives, or we can start and she'll join us. Because I am eating, I will most likely put my camera on off mode while we do the sprints for now. I am currently 10 chapters into Crush, which is the second book. I will be starting chapter 11, and I'm really liking it so far. It is a little bit slow, as I was led to believe, but I am enjoying it. I don't know, I might go back and forth between this and another book, or I may read fan fiction. I'll just have to wait and see. But without further ado, let's get started on our first sprint. Happy reading!
There we go.
And welcome back. We had Hope join us.
Hello.
Hello.
There we go.
I do not remember things very well.
There. It is kind of confusing when you have all of the options. It's like, which one does what again?
And then they like upgraded recently, so it's like, wait, what?
I don't understand half the upgrades, so I'm just like, I will just go with what I remember from before.
Yep. Well, like I turned on my camera and my camera was facing out, and I'm like, wait, how do I change it
What?
back? So, how did everybody do? How
I
was your
know
food?
it was good, and then I ended up editing my Witchathon rack. Well, making progress on editing my Witchathon rack video because I had an hour of raw footage.
I'm about to say I've been like watching your YouTube, like, is it ready yet? Is it ready yet?
I know I filmed it like a couple days ago, but it's so long that I was so intimidated by it. So I was like, Sprint's perfect time to do it.
Yep. So I ate half of my pizza, finished my salad, read 5 chapters. The,
What are you reading?
the second book. The
Ooh,
chapters are pretty short, like only like 8, 9 minutes, stuff like that.
yeah. That if I do read anything, I'll actually be reading Court, which is the fourth book in that series. Because I'm wanting to actually get a little bit ahead with that live, so it's not like the last two times where finishes it either the morning of or we have to push the live back a few days.
Yeah.
But I've been saying I'm going to read it for the last 2 days and I haven't, so.
Yeah, I've been fairly busy with work and stuff, but I get an hour long lunch break. So I at least try to listen for half an hour while I'm eating my lunch. I got distracted by a coworker and her baby yesterday, so I didn't
Oh.
get to read any, but I'm getting through. And I've realized that I have like overstretched myself this year. I agreed to like 3 or 4 different read alongs, and most of the books are long. I'm like,
Yeah, I feel you with that. And then because I have like, obviously Crave Along, which you're also like participating in or trying to at least. Those are huge. Then we're both doing the mass thing, although I'm doing a varied schedule with that, but still, we're both doing that, and those books only keep on getting bigger. And
yes,
then
I
I have
will. I will be reading. I will be starting um the last book in the first
ooh in the
series.
Avatar series.
Yeah, I will be starting the last book next month.
Yay! I know, and then I also have another commitment that is announcement coming June-ish.
Well,
That's
like,
going to be a book a month. So like, what am I doing to myself?
yeah, like I mean, the books. I've bought a couple books for Clint's group, but I haven't read any of them so far. I've
I've
bought them. I have not read them.
I think I've read two of them. I think I read one for Valentides, and then I read the like Brutal Prince, which was one of March's books in April here. So I think I've read two. I think that's all I've read. Am I gonna get to this month's books? Absolutely not, probably.
This is everything I've read so far this month. So I work at a daycare, and I read 2 kid books yesterday. So I added those to my reading list for this month.
I mean, I'd count it.
They will go towards my goal at the end of the year.
Yeah, like it counts.
Yeah. And I think so far this month, my favorite book has been the Tom Felton book.
Ooh. I'm interested in that, but I'm also very skeptical with nonfiction because even if I like am interested in what the book is, I always end up kind of being like, but it's not enough.
Well, you could always do kind of like something I do sometimes is, let's say I want to read that, but I'm not really sure I'm going to be into it. I may reward myself, like read a chapter of that, so then get to read 2 chapters of something else.
Yeah, that's what I had to do a year and a half ago, I think, when I was reading a nonfiction for school. Like, I was enjoying the nonfiction, but I was like, but I could be reading something else. So
I
I'd
mean,
be like, if I read like a certain amount of pages of the nonfiction, I get to read that many of whatever I was otherwise reading.
mm-hmm. Did it not?
Did we talk through the break
Did it
already?
restart the timer?
What?
Hang on. This thing confuses me more than StreamYard.
Okay, so the break is 0 minutes. We don't want that.
How did that happen? For now I'll do like 10 and then I'll fix it later.
Yeah, that seems good.
Set. It might not even do that. Okay, well for right now, I'm gonna put a 10-minute timer on my phone.
Sounds good. Because then when you set it, it'll be ready for when your phone timer goes off.
Yeah.
Then we sprint and turn the cat on.
Good thing I looked at it, or we would have been talking forever.
Is it really that big of a deal? Like,
No.
sometimes talking's fun.
Okay. 10 minutes. We might even have stuff to talk about for 10 minutes.
We could probably find something to talk about.
Yeah. This week was pretty good. I went from like classroom to classroom to classroom. So I was in all the classrooms.
That's good. You're getting to experience everything.
Yep, all the different age groups. I went to school aged and she asked me how I liked it and I was like, no.
You're like, not again, please.
Well, I thought 2 of the boys were going to get into a fight. I found out later that they were cousins. And I'm like, well, that makes sense with your mama stuff. Who works there? That's how I found out that they were cousins. Was she came in there to check on him. This was after I had already called my boss and like, I'm afraid these 2 are getting into a fight.
I mean, it also does make sense. If they're cousins, they probably were about to get into a fight because
it was like putting my brother and our cousin into the same classroom. No.
Yeah, especially when cousins are like the same age, you're like only like a year or 2 difference. Oh God, that is just chaotic.
Mm-hmm. I did. Well, what day was it? I did fall and lightly twist my ankle, and I landed on my knee that I already injured.
Ooh.
But what's funny about it is that later, I was in the same room. There were toys everywhere. I missed all the toys. But earlier that morning, I stepped on the one toy car that was in the room.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Are you feeling better after that? Like, does it still hurt?
My knee does. My ankle still kind of twinges, and I thought that was going to be my big issue because I have twisted it before. And certain ways I turned it did. But no, it was really my knee. Like, it bruised, like, the top part, like, right above my knee. And then, so the pain was, like, around my knee, not necessarily the knee cap. but around it.
Honestly, around your knee is way hurts way more than the kneecap
Yeah,
sometimes.
so like right here. So it was like all right here.
Ooh.
And what hurt the most was when I was in like the preschool room and they wanted to sit on my lap to read books. So I have two of them sitting and one of them really plops down hard. And I'm like, oh, honey, you got to be more careful. That kind of hurt, Miss Tori.
Yeah, like oh, that reminds me on Easter when I was saying goodbye, like to everybody after when we were leaving my cousins. My 3-year-old cousin decides to pretty much run from like because like there's the kitchen and then the living room. He runs from the one end of the kitchen straight into the living room to give me a hug and proceeds to just jump into my arms and basically like have us both fall back pretty much into like my cousin has pet rats. So into the cage there, which is metal.
Oh my.
And I was like, oh my God, at least I was the one that hit it, like hit the cage, and it didn't fall over.
Yeah. We
This
had a good
kid,
Easter here after dinner because we have dinner at my house. We took the two little girls that I sometimes watch. Well, one's not little, but we took them to go see the Mario movie,
ooh,
and it was fun. I will admit though, because I had stayed up late the night before, close to the end of the movie, I dozed off, so I missed Princess Peach getting kidnapped. Because
ooh.
in the video games, that's always what happens. And I woke up and they were getting ready to fight Bowser, and I'm like, I missed something.
You're just like, how did we get here? Yeah, that does happen sometimes when you fall asleep. You wake up and you're like, what is going on?
Yeah, thankfully though, like I hadn't missed too much of it. But I had stayed up late the night before because they did that group, Mel and stuff, and Clint did that 24-hour
Oh yeah,
read thing, and I was part of it. Like I was on several people's chats and stuff like that, so I was up for a good fair bit the night before,
yeah,
and
same.
and then woke up early to go to the gym and and then come home and had to start preparing stuff. Good thing though, I had made my cake the night before. I just had to ice it.
And then there was me. I baked the cupcakes, not like because we did cupcakes and I was in charge. I did the cupcakes the night before. I think during the first sprint of that like live thing, and then about 20 minutes before we're supposed to go, my mom goes, "Did you guys see the cupcake?" Just starts running to the kitchen to start doing it. Like, no. So I had to do them literally like 20 minutes before we were going.
Yeah, it was like I waited the next day, and I did do like a low sugar cake with icing. And today, because I bought a new box of it, Mom was like, "You should have just used the whole thing of icing. You never can have too much." I was like, "I was just concerned that even though it's low sugar, that it would be too thick."
Yeah.
Everybody liked it. They didn't. Nobody cared that it was low sugar. So I was like, "I'll
When
probably
in
still make this."
Yeah, when in doubt, sometimes with like low sugar things, like my mom's a diabetic, so she sometimes gets like sugar free candy. There was a candy store that had sugar free, like, Jolly Ranchers. They taste more sugary than the regulars, but there's
That's
no
funny
sugar.
that you were to say that. I just bought a bag of no added sugar Jolly Ranchers. I have one sitting on the table. I didn't think they tasted nothing like Jolly Ranchers. I didn't think the piece I had no flavor. Like Jolly Ranchers, you can tell if you're sucking on a strawberry Jolly Rancher. No, I could not tell if it was supposed to be strawberry or watermelon.
Weird.
Though my taste buds are crap and they've been crap for years, but yeah, there was almost no flavor.
Maybe a different like manufacturing company within Jolly Rancher, so they are made differently.
Maybe. But yeah, like it was I just opened my pack today and had one before I ate my pizza and I'm like, there's hardly anything here.
Or plot twist, one of us got the bad batch of either you got the bad batch and it doesn't taste like anything, or my mom got the bad batch and it's actually somehow like
The
actual
high
Jolly
sugar
Ranchers.
one.
Yeah, it's like, Well, I mean, her sugars haven't been going up when she's had them, so I'm assuming that they are sugar free, like they say.
Yeah. Man, me and my mom both took naps today. She left to go on a date, and I woke up from my nap and I was still exhausted. So I made me a cup of coffee. Only catch was it was like 85, 87 degrees here. So I googled like how make iced coffee with my Keurig coffee. I'm like, how do I do that? So I made a cup of iced coffee. And I'm like, and then
Yeah,
I messaged everybody and ordered a pizza. And it took an hour. It took an hour.
that's weird.
Like, yeah, like I was expecting, okay, maybe half an hour at the most, 45 minutes. No, I
Yeah,
literally got it like half an hour before we were supposed to start sprints.
damn.
Originally I had it set for 6:30. But then seeing how far it was getting, I'm like, I don't necessarily want to be eating during sprints, so I pushed sprints back.
I know that's why I messaged you. I was like, I might be a few minutes late because literally, if I would have been on screen, I would have literally just been like eating at the beginning. And I'm like, that's not a good first impression for a
I
live
mean,
stream.
when we get done, I have to go put it away.
Ooh,
I
that looks
finished.
delicious.
Yeah, it's good. So I had accidentally ordered it. I thought it was a different. Okay, we're getting ready to start. I thought it was a different pizza place because they both begin with an M, and I didn't think to take a picture and have my phone read it to me. And it wasn't until after I had ordered it and it was being made that I was like, "That's the wrong pizza place." But it's good. I had a pizza. I like half of it and a salad.
Hmm.
And today I ordered two salads, two side salads. So that'll be for later.
Yay.
Okay. 18. Yeah. Timer is getting ready to go off.
Okay.
We did get one comment earlier, and she said she was reading a book while she was cleaning her restroom.
Multitasking. We like it.
Yep. There's a timer.
There we go.
So I will fix that timer, and happy reading.
Happy reading.
And that was our second sprint. How did everybody do?
I got more of my video edited.
Nice. I made the dogs food and listened to 4 chapters.
Nice. I swear, when you do watch this video, you're gonna need like have a nice drink, a snack, because you're gonna be there for a while.
So it's already going like 30 minutes. Look at that.
Where I'm at right now, it's already 27 minutes, and I have like 25-ish minutes left that I still need to edit. So you're looking at probably like 50-minute video.
I love how our videos can be as long as full-length movies.
I mean, technically, yes. I've seen like 3-hour YouTube videos before. So technically, I think I watched a YouTube video where it was somebody did a compilation of all of their like reaction videos to a show, and that one YouTube video was like 8 hours long, and I'm like,
wow.
I watched it over the course of like 4 days, but like still, like YouTube allows that. But then when you think about it, they allow the live streams, which are multiple hours.
Yeah, that's my foot, Zeke. He's trying to lick my foot. Was that saying thank you for dinner? Because I heard you in there eating. I heard something once that when YouTube was originally created, it was meant to be a dating website.
I know that's insane. I know that at one point you had to get approved by YouTube to post videos longer than 10 minutes. Which that's it, insane. Even like, imagine only an under 10-minute YouTube video now.
No booktuber would be able to do it.
No, it would be like, here's part 3 of my 6-part wrap up.
Because unless you talk like this and you're very fast, there's no way you can get through it to do everything in 10 minutes.
Literally. Like for this recommendation, it would have had to been like 16 like videos, one for each prompt.
I know, that's why people like. I think the shorts are too short. Only like 15 seconds, something like that.
Yeah,
is what it is, and I'm like, I can't hardly cut stuff down.
exactly.
Even YouTube, like, this is what I read is longer than that. Like,
I know. I'm mad that TikTok got rid of their 10-minute feature, because you used to be able to record up to 10 minutes. Now you can only go up to 3 minutes. So like, it's like I end up having to film on just like my camera roll and then
edit.
Sometimes it'll let you upload a video longer than 3 minutes onto the thing, like onto the app. But when it doesn't, I have to put it in a separate editor, get it down to under those 3 minutes, save it, then transfer it to TikTok. And I'm just like, why?
Yeah, I've never gotten into TikTok. Like, I watch these. Like, actually, just recently, I think you shared it on Instagram. You did like books I'll recommend if I like the person.
Yeah.
And I was like, hey, I know that person.
Yeah, I've been trying to post the odd like video that I post on TikTok, save the video, and then post it on Instagram. I'm kind of trying to do that, especially like for some of them.
Yeah. I did a split screen video thing and with a video that somebody had already made, and it was on Instagram, and I could not figure out how to get it onto my phone so I could put it onto YouTube. I'm like, there was no button. It's like save to phone. I'm like, and it was late, so I could have just overlooked it too.
Yeah. Not me now being like, ooh, there's a couple of videos that I can transfer over to Instagram for Reels. Could do shorts on YouTube, but that's too much work.
Yeah. One of my favorites that I'm seeing a lot of on Instagram is, have you had a crush on somebody you haven't met in person? And a lot of people either do like anime characters, music celebrities, or book characters. And they do the one song from the Animaniacs with it.
Ah.
That's like I want to do it, but I'm like, I don't see how I could get that many in that short time. I'm like,
Yeah.
there's way too many.
I definitely get that. I know that there was a TikTok trend that it was like kind of similar, of where it was like it was, the template was kind of like somebody being like, I'd like you better, and then like insert thing there, like I'd like you better blonde, I'd like you like a different hair color, like whatever, and then it would be like, well, I'd prefer if you were, and then it would be like insert celebrity or insert book character. And I'm like, I wanted to do that, but I'm like, but like, who would I pick? Because I'd only want to do it once, and that's like impossible.
What's our time?
Little under 3 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, I've like, and so 2 of the books that I read this month, I started a like weekend vlog. Can I read all 4 books in this series? Okay, she's chewing on her foot. Within 24 hours. And I got through 2 and got like halfway through the 3rd.
Nice.
So I'm like, I didn't finish the thing, so I'm like, do I finish it with like, I got this far in a weekend?
I feel like, yeah, because you set yourself a challenge, but you didn't quite get to that challenge, but you at least made progress.
Yeah.
And so it'd still probably be good. Like you filmed it, so might as well.
Yeah. And I may, the 3rd book, because now it's been a month, I may restart that one because the word count is good for one of your prompts for next month. So like, and yes, you've all heard it. I am joining their coven.
Joining the Chaotic Wilds for Witchathon, which is literally the recommendation video on editing. The way that I'm like, I made this giant list for recommendations, and I kept on being like, ooh, I could read that, I could read that, I could read that. It's like, don't reread all the things that you've read. Read new things.
Yeah, like I'm generally trying to keep like books to not reread them. I'm trying to make all the books ones I haven't read yet.
I'm trying to as well, minus for the multiple timelines. I'm going to be continuing my reread of the Devil's Night series by Penelope Douglas, because I believe me and one of my friends are going to be, like, we're currently buddy reading the first book, but I think we're going to carry that on into Witchathon because she said that she's on my team. So I'm like, well, that works perfectly for like a bunch of the prompts.
I have 6 prompts to fill, and the last one, I know what I'm probably going to read for it.
Well, who knows? Maybe my recommendation video might help with some of them.
Hopefully. Like, I have 1 Audible credit that I didn't spend last month in anticipation, and I'm going to get a next one at the end of this month. And that is our timer. And I could always buy more if I have to buy books. Okay, well, that was our cat. That was our timer. It is time to do our next sprint. So let me pull this back up.
And
Happy
happy
eating
or productivity.
or productivity.
Everything it needs to about who has claimed ownership of it.
Excuse me. And that was our third sprint. How did everybody do?
I continued editing my video and I changed the litter box.
Nice. I read 2 chapters.
Nice. I still have like 20 minutes of footage to go through.
Now, do you try and go, like, record all in one go? Or do you have to, like, record some, stop, take breaks?
I know with this video, I recorded some of it and then I took a break and then I recorded like the second half. But it just depends on the video. Like, for example, my TBRs, I always film the rules like a day or two before so that I can figure out the TBR before I film the main part. So I'm not sat there for like 10 minutes going, what book fits this prompt? Because then I'd be cutting out so much footage of me just being like, I don't know what I want to read. So it just depends on the video.
My setup's kind of like that.
Yeah, like if I know.
Book here, and there's a lot I have to do. Don't know what's there. And then sometimes I can't figure out, or as well.
Oh, you just started cutting out for me towards the end of what you were saying.
Yeah, it cut out for me too. I will say earlier we had a rainstorm here, but I think that was because how hot it was.
Possibly. Yeah, when in doubt, sometimes if there's weather issues, the connection gets just a little bit wonky.
Mm-hmm. Like, I mean, going back and forth, that might be just because of my laptop, but like it's super slow.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I read 2 chapters, and I read a little bit of fan fiction because we had only 8 minutes left on the timer.
Yeah, I just saw your message in the CBC chat of you going, OMG, I love this chapter from Crush, and it says family is my favorite F word, and I love that chapter title.
It's funny. It's like I read it and I'm like, yeah.
That's
she has
one thing
no
I
idea
love.
What's going on, and neither does anybody else.
Nobody has any clue of what's going on. Even when people think they know what's going on. No. When in doubt with the Crave series, I love all of the chapter title things because they're hilarious.
Sometimes the chapter title can totally perfectly explain what the heck's going to happen in the chapter. And other times it's like, that title has nothing to do with what just happened. Well, I even like when chapters have titles. A lot of books, just have chapter 1, chapter 2.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of other books that have titles for the chapters, and I'm brain farting on every single book that has that. Because I probably haven't read
all
that.
of T. Jackson series. Like I said again, all the Percy Jackson series.
Yeah.
Basically all the Rick Riordan books.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I'm trying to think of other ones besides those, and I'm like, brain farting. There is some. It's just definitely not
I say
that common anymore.
I know I've read them. Yeah, like you just can't
Exactly.
think of it right now
You're
either.
like, I know I've read them, but like, what were they? I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, I've just been scrolling through like YouTube shorts and not like Instagram and stuff like that. Not today, but this past week. Anytime on my phone, I'm like,
Yeah, I end up doing the same thing and basically doom scrolling on TikTok of just like being like, I'd be like, okay, I'll like scroll through TikTok for like 5 minutes. An hour later, oh shit. It's like I said I was gonna read at this point.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've literally have to now set my phone like create like a downtime for my like content, like for my phone. I'm brain farting on words, so that I can't use anything after a certain time. So then it'll push me to do other things besides TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because if it's not TikTok, I'm distracted with, it's Instagram. If it's not Instagram, it's Twitter. If it's not Twitter, it's Facebook. If it's not Facebook, it's just a constant
YouTube.
cycle.
Well, and especially since I'm listening to audiobooks, I'm on my phone and I'm listening, so I need something to do while I'm listening.
Yeah.
And scrolling through something is normally what happens.
Yeah.
And I might have to take some Tylenol.
Ooh.
I had to put on my wrist brace. I was in the baby room most of the day yesterday, and you're trying to be so careful when you place them on the floor, stuff like that, or when you pick them up, and they like to twist or lay funny, so then you're twisting to try and make sure you don't. And I'm like, and I've already hurt this wrist just from leaning on it. So it just aggravated an old injury.
Yeah, when in doubt, it doesn't take much to get injured, and then it's a pain in the butt.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I made a little medical bag to take outside with us when we go to the little playground. And the other day was the first day I used it. 4 scraped knees. One person fell and bumped their head. So
Yikes.
that one did have to go inside and get an ice pack. But yeah, summertime, they wear less clothes, so more open skin, easier to get scuffed. They have these little bikes, and a couple of them don't really work like they're supposed to. She's supposed to, like, the boss is supposed to get her husband to fix them, but so the kids will literally kind of ride them like they're scooters. And one kid literally was going so fast that he couldn't stop, and he went right over the bike and kind of landed. Yeah, I like ran across the area. I was like, "Are you okay?" He kind of hit his head a little bit. He had to go inside and get an ice pack for that, but I was able to give him a Band-Aid and clean up the scrape and stuff on his knee. But yeah, I was like, let's not do that.
Yeah,
And then we had to scold him twice because he kept doing it. I'm like, go sit down. You already been hurt once.
I swear there's times that I feel like I just need to walk around with a little first aid kit because I'm always getting injured. So I honestly need to probably just get a little first aid kit to just like have with me at any moment.
Yeah, I have to restock my gloves in it.
Yeah.
Because then they ran out of gloves in the changing room for the babies. So I was like, I have a couple we can use for my little medical bag. That was. We are on to our next sprint. It's positivity. Yeah. Stuff. So happy reading. Happy working. See you in 30.
See you in 30.
And hello.
Hello.
Welcome back. Sorry for whatever that was. I have no idea. It's done that to me once before. I don't know if my internet went out or what. We were still
Maybe.
sprinting. I was still live, but it just booted
Yeah.
me out.
I think you stay live as long as there is an like if you leave, for example, we stay live as long as there's one other person like on screen. And I'm also so glad that my camera was off, or you probably would have it just would have all of a sudden just been my face just full screen of me just being like because like I literally that's why I always, especially when we're on live, if I'm ever editing, always have my camera off because I end up just being like this for half of it. But
Yeah,
I literally went to look up to see what time, and I was like, why am I the only thing on screen?
I was in the kitchen making a cup of coffee to put in the fridge so I can make me an iced coffee. So I'm in the kitchen and I got your thing and I'm like, wait, what?
It happens.
Yeah. So I read 2 chapters during that and started to make an iced coffee.
Ooh,
How was your editing?
good. I think I have like 4 minutes left to edit.
Woohoo!
At least, thankfully, I'm pretty sure all of the books that I'm talking about I'm holding up instead of having to add the cover. So that will be so easy.
See, that for me, that's part of why it takes me so long is that, and I have to edit as I go. So as I'm recording, otherwise I'll forget to add something. And I had to stop and look for the book cover, take a picture. I'm like, so it takes me a while longer to edit. Because,
Yeah.
like, I just can't hold up my phone because I'm using my phone to record.
Yeah. When in doubt, editing is a pain in the butt. But it's what makes the video viewable to the audience because like I had to cut out it'll be in my bloopers of me literally just because my mom when I was filming, she was in the kitchen doing dishes and you could like kind of hear it. So there's literally a clip of me just that's gonna be in the bloopers of me just going, "Oh my god, can you be any fucking louder?" That like because you could hear her doing the dishes in the video, and I'm
Oh, oh,
like,
oh, yeah. I try, like, especially if I'm going to be doing lives and my mom is here, I'll be like, I'm doing lives.
yeah, I'll just be like, "I'm busy, don't bother me."
Yeah, or like I'll be doing something, especially the way my room is. I have my wall of shelves behind me, and she'll kind of pop her head around, like, "Are you on camera?" And I'm like, "I'm off, but yes. What do you want?"
Literally, I'll just be like, if I ever, like, literally earlier in this live, I muted myself.
Yeah, I did
I'm
see you
like,
get up at one point, and I'm like, that's when it was being weird. So like I was like, "Oh, Morgan got up and left for a moment." And then it did the thing, and on my screen, and you came back like, "What were you talking about?" I'm like,
yeah, and my mom was like, "Do you have any dishes? Because I want to do them." And I was like, "Yeah, I have a glass. Here you go." And I was trying to hand it to her without like getting
moving.
up. So I was like, "You meet me halfway at the door." Like, that's like what one slight annoying thing sometimes about living with other people. You're just like, can you not understand when I say I'm busy? Don't bother me.
Mm-hmm.
Unless the house is on fire, I don't care really.
Yeah, there was one time I don't remember whose sprints it was, if I did it or if it was one of your guys's. But like we were in the middle of doing them. We maybe only done 2 sprints, and my mom's like, "Dinner's done," and I'm like, "I'm in the middle of something. We're like nearly finished. I'll be out when I'm out."
I'll do that a lot. If I know that there's only like 5 minutes left of the cat, my mom's like, dinner, I'll be like, I literally will view it. I just go, I will be out in a few minutes. Because then it's like we can jump into the sprint and I should be done by the end of the sprint.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yeah. Oh, there was this one time where I was on a sprint with oh freak, why am I drawing a blank on her name now?
Morgan?
No.
Trying to think of whose sprints you've been on in the past.
When she doesn't have a YouTube, the one that we do sprints with a lot.
Karina?
Yeah, Karina. Why was I drawing a blank on her name?
I know, I'm like, what do you know? It's like, sometimes it's like, also like, who
Yeah,
has
well,
been
like,
on sprints? Who has been on your sprints? Like, who hosts sprints?
Yeah, we were in the middle of sprints, and my mom was like, I need you to go to the... So my mom don't like doing stuff by herself. She was like, I need you to go to the store and buy me a bag of ice. And we were like 2 minutes away from going back on air. And so I quickly sent Karina a message like, cover for me, I will be back. Luckily, gas station was only down the corner around the street. But I went in, grabbed the ice, said, I need this, and came back. I'm like...
Yeah. No, I'm like, that would have been hilarious to experience. Of like, just, oh. That is one thing. Like, I definitely understand that of like parents being like, but like, you come do this for me, or like, because a lot of the time my mom will be like, oh, I'm going to the store, you want to come? And that basically means like, can you please come and help?
Yeah, I love my mom, I do, but she has never been able to do stuff by herself. It's always me and my brother. One of us have to go with her. It's gotten a little bit better, and the only reason she got me to go to the store with her today was because we went and had lunch first. She was supposed to turn and take me home, but she drove past, and I was just like, I'm not.
You're just like, okay, we're going there.
Well, and I'm kind of thinking, I'm like, thank you. She has a date because she's gonna want to get in and out, not link. And then she's like, where did you wander off to? I needed you. Because, like I said, I love her. She makes me run to the other side of the store to get a larger container of sour cream. So I'm down the aisle because I'm trying to get my stuff. She's standing there looking at something. And I get 2 other things. And I even find the bread I was looking for. She's still in that same spot. And she's like, where did you go? I need you to run down here. I'm like, so I put my basket on top of her stuff in the cart and walk down there, hoping by the time I get back, she's nearly done.
Yeah. I know my mom's issue, we'll call it, is because she is disabled. So sometimes like reaching like up to high shelves, she can't really do easy. So like if I'm there, I can be the one to half scale the shelves. Because I can barely reach the top shelf sometimes, depending on how tall the shelves are.
Oh yeah, there's this one meme that I shared a while back on Facebook, and it pops up in my memories, and I'll share it. And it's like short girl problems, and she's literally standing on the shelf to try and get. There was one time, it was like middle of the night, I had messed up my recipe. I put in the powdered sugar when I wasn't supposed to put in the powdered sugar. And so we needed to go buy a whole new box of cake or whatever it is. This is like 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night. I'm in like sob mode. And she's like, get your clothes on. And then she didn't go into the store with me. What I needed literally was on like the very top shelf, just out of my reach. And I'm standing there looking at it, looking for someone to come down the aisle. It literally took almost 20 minutes before somebody I thought was fairly tall could come down the aisle and be like, can you get me that?
Yeah.
And then I had to go out and tell mom, like, you should have come into the store with me.
The thing is that doesn't even work for my mom because she's shorter than me. She's 5'0" and I'm 5'2", 5'3" depending on the shoes.
Okay. you're taller than me because without shoes, I'm exactly 5 foot.
Ah. So maybe in that type of situation, I could have reached it. But like whenever I go, like I always get like for my iced coffee, just like pre-made cold coffee, and it's always on the top shelf at like my one grocery store.
Mm-hmm.
And anytime it's not right up in the front, I literally have to climb up onto the bottom shelf and like reach up. And I'm just like, why can't it be one shelf down?
Yeah. So you see behind me this thing that's on the wall here? That was my mammal's grabby stick. And I will use it all the time in the kitchen to get stuff if I need it. I've told my mom once or twice, if I have to go to the store without her, I am taking it. Because there are sometimes things that even if it's in my reach area, it's sometimes pushed back.
Exactly. And like carrying one of those things around, it's a aid to help you out with your basic tasks.
Mm-hmm. There was
So
this.
if somebody complains, just be like, well, I could hit you with it instead of using it for the purpose I brought it here for.
Yeah. There was this one time my mom sent me into the liquor store to get our liquor, and the one brand that we drink was the last bottle was all the way in the back of the shelf. Now it is in my grab zone, but it was way in the back, and I'm literally standing there at the back of the store. Everybody's up front. I'm like just waiting for somebody to come around the corner. Like, I can't reach that.
Just like, help.
Like, go out to the car, like, sorry, Mom, no alcohol. I couldn't grab it.
I feel like in those type of situations is there should be like every so often in the aisles almost like a button to get assistance, especially because I'm thinking like what about people who are like even for reaching the top shelf they can't reach it but they need something.
Uh-huh.
What are they supposed to do? Or people who use like a wheelchair or something, wanting to like being independent and doing their own shopping, they can only reach up a certain amount. And
yeah, there is this show on TLC. I don't know the name of it, but it's about this young lady who, long story short, when she was a baby, or she had like brain cancer or something, and the hormones and treatments they did stopped her growth. So she is literally the size of like a 6-year-old.
I've seen something about her on TikTok at one point. TikTok, Facebook, something like that at one point.
Yeah. So she's like the size of a 6-year-old, even though she's like in her 30s. And like there was just this scene about like the grocery store. She went with her mom, but she did her shopping separate. And in the thing, she literally got stopped because people were like, where are your parents? Why are you alone? And she's like, I'm almost 30. I'm an adult. I'm not a child. I'm just trying to do my freaking grocery shopping. And like, you know, we're talking might not be able to reach things on the shelf. She literally can't. She literally has to climb it.
Yeah.
So I watched that and I'm like, I feel so bad for her, but I'm glad I'm not that short.
Yeah, I'm like, I'll take my 5'2" and run with it.
Yeah.
I mean, I know as a kid, I used to be like, anytime something that was on the top shelf, I used to literally be asked to climb the shelves, and I have climbed up to probably like at least the second shelf before. Yeah.
Yeah, like
It's not fun.
I'll stand on a stool or on a chair if I really need to. Like the way our shelves are here, there's one shelf at the very top that we keep our like kind of nicer glass bowls. And I will get the step ladder and do it myself. But if I have a stack of 3 of them and my brother's in the next room, I'll call him and go, can you put these up for me, please? He's like, okay.
I know that like with our house, because it's kind of older, the cupboards go up really high. I'm finishing my thing quickly.
Yeah.
And so like the top 2 shelves, I cannot reach from the floor. So we kind of have just things that aren't needed every day.
Yeah.
And like, so that we don't have to reach it, because my dad can barely even reach the top shelf, and he's like 5'9" or something, and he's the only one that can reach up there, and even then, if it's in the far back, he can't even reach it.
It's
Very
like
convenient.
you need to do work that, even though you would want the space, how deep it is, to put a wall there so stuff can't go back there.
Literally.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that was the cat. And we are entering our 5th sprint. So, happy reading, happy productivity. See you in a little bit.
Yep.
Bye. And hopefully I don't get kicked off again.
That was perfect timing.
Yeah. And that was our 5th sprint. How did everybody do?
I took a shower and literally as that sprint finished, I hit saved. Now to just export this thing.
One step at a time, Hope. One step at a time.
I mean, I can have it export in the background while we're talking, so it'll be fine.
I got through 4 chapters. And they just came to
Nice.
some realizations.
Now I'm like, which realization?
Where his psychotic brother is.
Oh. That realization.
Yeah.
Have fun. That's all I'll say. Have fun. Soon you'll understand why I love Hudson so much. But yeah, I was able. This video that, if it exports in time, I think I'll probably just upload it tomorrow because it's basically about 48 minutes long.
What?
Oops.
Will it take an hour to upload?
It'll probably take. Well, it's saying because I can see the like estimated time remaining in my editor. It's saying that it's going to take about an hour and 25 minutes to export, to convert into the file, export all of that, and then YouTube will probably be a pain in the butt and have it be at least like half an hour.
Yeah.
So I can do all that, but just have it upload it, but just have it post tomorrow, schedule it for tomorrow, so it's not just a randomly at 10, 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah. Well, and that way, get it done. That way you can schedule it and be done with it.
Yeah, just be like, there you go. I'm exhausted.
And I will be one of the first to watch it.
Well, I will definitely, I will let you know as soon as it is uploaded.
Made me my iced coffee, drunk that, and listened to 4 chapters.
Nice.
So, that was not a bad sprint.
Definitely not. I'm
It's
surprised.
still a long book.
Yeah. I'm very intimidated by where for?
This is one.
Oh, no. Go away. I even clicked on the wrong book. I've already read that book. Go away. It's finished.
I know I'm intimidated by Court because this is the one where the audiobook is 24 hours and 22 minutes.
Oh, the book's going. Yeah, I'm looking. I'm like, I really hope people have a lot of reading sprints that month that I'm reading these.
Yeah, because I don't even know if I can show you how tiny these words are on the page.
I bet they're tiny.
They're so tiny. Do you know how many more sprints you're planning on doing?
No, right now I'm okay. Like I said, I'm the only one here, so I have no one to bother me.
I was just wondering. I can go for quite a bit longer. I should probably start Court. Even if it's only a chapter or two, that's better than nothing.
Yeah. I mean, I'm listening to this at like 1.5 speed, and I still have like 14 hours and
Ooh.
30 something minutes.
Yikes.
It's a long book. And like, I'm already on like chapter 20. I'll be starting chapter 29, and we've just finished like her first day back. It's like,
So
we're
much.
at chapter 28, and we've just finished her first day back.
Well, when you say it like that, it's a lot. But in reality, that's like I could go grab my book and figure out how many pages this is. I'm doing that.
And Morgan has temporarily, why did I say Morgan? Hope has temporarily left the building.
I'm back. I just had to go grab the book. Chapter 28 is 130 pages in.
I've still got almost 12 hours.
130 pages for the first freaking day back.
Yeah, like first day and first night. So,
Wait, what? Like the first 24 hours, basically.
yeah. Maybe the first 2 days tops, but yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, looking at it through an audio and perspective of then reading, you're like, really? Only that much of the book?
Yeah, also when you hear, 28 chapters, you don't think 130 pages, you think at least 300. Oh my gosh.
Okay, well, because this isn't spoiling or anything, but I just happened to go down to the end. Can I get on there? It's 100. Wait, down here. 125 chapters in this for the audio.
Yep. Technically 126 because that 0 chapter from.
Yeah, it's the next. But I will say, each chapter, the long are only the shortest are just under 5 minutes, and some of the longest, this one is 13 hours. Yeah, 13 minutes and 48 seconds. So they're short chapters, so it makes sense that there would be more. But it's
Yeah.
looking at it, you're like, well, what?
Yeah, looking at. I'm going to use Court for an example of it's pretty much I think the final page is on 677. You hear that and it's oh, well, that's a lot. But then you hear 24 hours and it's wait, what?
Mm-hmm.
Even at 2 times speed, which usually is kind of what I can listen to this at, because I'm reading along with the book. Even then, that's 12 hours, and it's what?
Okay. Well, I mean, so I listened to P.S. I Love You, and P.S. I Love You is 13 hours, maybe 13 and something minutes, and that took me almost 2 months to listen to. So a book that is 24 hours long, I can only imagine how long that book is going to take me to listen to. And that's if I don't get distracted by YouTube, other things, other books, because I may get tired of reading that for a little bit and have to move to something else. So it's like I could be reading those for several months.
Yeah.
And that was the cat. We're going into our 6th sprint. So I really think it's just me and Hope here, but if anybody else is here,
If anybody's watching back for some reason,
yeah, it's just us. We're having a party. So
party with the two
hope
of us.
your editing goes well, and I will jump back into this book. See you in 30, a little less than 30.
Yep.
And that was the end of our 6th sprint. How did everybody do?
I watched YouTube for a little bit and then ended up reading 5 pages.
Woohoo! 5 pages. I read 4 chapters. Got down to 14 hours and 4 minutes.
Nice.
I know when I get down to like the single digit hours, I'll be like,
I'd be like, this is a breeze.
It's like, I'm down to a normal sized book.
Definitely.
Why do you keep asking me for that?
I do think the next sprint might be my last sprint because I'm starting to like, I was reading it and I was like, I'm probably not going to remember half this in the morning, but so I can do probably one more sprint till I get to that point where it's like, I'm for sure not going to remember anything.
And that is okay. We all did. We all made positive on either reading or editing videos. So we managed to get stuff done today.
Which is productive, and I like it.
Yep. Yeah, when I found out that my mom wasn't going to be here today and I already knew my brother wasn't, I was like, man, I should do some sprints. There's nobody here to bother me except the dogs.
I know, and that's perfect because I had one less parrot home to bother me, and that parrot just walked in the front door because I just heard it shut. Now I have both parents to annoy me, but that's why I was like, you said sprints, and I was like, well, I need to get stuff done. So, might as well.
And it makes it so if we're doing sprints, then you have like, you know, I have to do this, and then we can check, did you do that?
Yeah, instead of
Get
like,
it done?
oh, yeah, instead of being like, oh, like telling yourself, like, I want to do this, but then it's like, but now I don't want to. It's like somebody can be there, like, but you said you needed to do that other thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I probably wouldn't have started this tonight. Like, I wouldn't have started court tonight if I wasn't on these sprints. Because I would have just been like, well, I can just, like, roll into bed and, like, watch TikToks for a little bit. Maybe finish my ebook. Now I'm like, no, I can do this. Do at least one more sprint of this. And then and then go from there.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
I'm always on the lookout. Is somebody doing sprints?
yeah. I might be doing sprints tomorrow, but I'm not sure what time or anything because I don't know what my parents have planned.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. We celebrated my brother's birthday yesterday. His birthday was on Thursday. No, we actually went out on his birthday. Took him to have Mexican.
ooh.
Yep. He's not a big drinker, but I was like, you're going to let me buy you a shot, right? And he was like, yeah. And then we were all 3 surprised when I was able to do it in one go, which normally I can't. Normally it's like 2 drinks for me. So when I did it, we were all just looking at each other like, that wasn't that bad. It hardly tasted like anything.
Why does that remind me of the St. Patrick's Day Live on Morgan's channel where I'm like, should I go do a shot? I'm gonna go get a shot. Runs to grab the shot, downs it. No, I think I downed it and then slightly chased it with my other alcoholic drink.
Yeah. Well, so like I did mine, and because they gave you a lime, so I did mine because it was tequila, and I did the lime. So I was like, I tasted the salt and the lime. I didn't taste the alcohol at all.
I know I'm curious on how Friday is going to go because Friday is my like IRL best friend's 19th birthday, and that's like the legal drinking age. And she asked me, well, Thursday's her birthday, but we're going out Friday.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like, oh dear Lord, what drinks was she gonna make me try? Like, what is she gonna convince me? Because she
Well-
would be the one convincing me to do things versus me
Well-
convince her.
As you know, stick with 1 or 2 drinks.
Oh,
Do
yeah.
not mix several drinks. That's where you get bad.
Just like you might just see a message on a Sarah be I regret all my life choices. I mean, at least the good thing is I can't afford to buy a lot of alcohol.
Yeah.
So that's at least the good thing is I have to limit myself based on the amount of money in my bank account on that day.
Yep. Yeah, I did the shot, and my brother was like, well, my mom was like, you're probably going to drink tomorrow. And I'm like, no, I don't drink when I'm home alone. This will be the only thing I drink. I've had 2 cups of iced coffee. No alcohol in sight.
I mean, like, yeah, that's a mood of like how when I first bought that impulsive liquor store shop on St. Patrick's Day there, my parents were like, oh, how long is that gonna last? And I'm like sitting here, I'm like, yeah, it's been at the back of the fridge since that night.
Well, sometimes you can buy something and it can go that weekend, or it can last. Like, I had a bottle probably my 2nd or 3rd birthday after I turned legal age, that I had it for a year. I still had it like the next birthday. One, I lived with an alcoholic, so I was very shy of getting out my alcohol and going into the kitchen with it.
Yeah.
But yeah, people were like, you still have that? And I'm like, yeah, I hardly drink.
Yeah, it's like, ooh, like I know this Friday is going to be like yep, I'll see you in maybe May for another drink, but no.
Yeah. Well, and some people like me, I'm more of a social drinker. Like if I'm home alone here by myself, I may put a shot in my coffee, but that's it.
Yeah,
If
like you're gonna have at most one drink, and that just might kind of just like, if anything, it might kind of like relax you and just kind of be like, well, we'll just like throw on a movie and call it a night. But versus if you're with other people, even over like StreamYard like this, you're not alone. You're not just drinking alone, which makes it almost depressing.
Mm-hmm.
Versus you're like social drinking it makes more sense.
Yes. Okay, I think we were almost. Yeah, we got like a minute 30. I made French toast the other day for breakfast. They turned really good. And since my mom was taking so long at the grocery store today, I actually found the thick sliced bread. We could never find it, but I went on a mission to find it. I'm like, because somebody brought it for Easter, and that's what I used to make the French toast. So I'm like, I know it must be here. We all shop at the same freaking store.
That's accurate. Anytime with any of my family, if they bring something over or mention something, it's always like, well, I don't really need to ask them which store they got it from because there's only like 4 stores in town.
Yep. So, make a long story short, we put up a canopy Saturday. It fell down 3 times Easter morning.
Ooh.
The 4th time, my brother was just like, screw it, and took it down.
Yeah, like we don't need it.
Yep. Well, so we kind of had to rearrange the the stuff outside because we had a baby coming. So we needed her to be in the shade. But yeah, it was like after the 3rd time, we're like,
it stays on the ground.
Yep, like, bye-bye. Good thing the sun's not too bright. I even texted Mom's like, do you want me to text everybody to bring sunglasses? Okay. And that was the kitty cat. I think we're going to do one more sprint. So, happy reading, happy productivity. See you in 30.
See you in 30.
But that's where the similarity
And I think that will be our last sprint. I read 3 chapters.
Nice.
How
I
did
got
you?
15 pages.
Not bad.
It's like, I'll take that.
Sometimes it takes a minute to get into a book, especially if it's one you've already read.
Yeah, and also like I'm in a weird thing of like I want to read fantasy, but I also don't at the same time. So it's
That
very much
that
like
sounds
a
like the makings of a slump.
yeah, I mean, I've been reading the same book that it's one of my favorites for like 2 weeks.
Mm.
Yeah, and it's like and it's unlike it's difficult. Like I have the ebook and the audiobook. I'm reading it along together. Like yikes. Like I'm definitely falling in this slump and I'm trying my hardest not to fall into it farther because I don't want to be in a slump for Witchathon.
Yeah.
Like so that's why I'm like 15. I'm like, what? I think I got 21 pages, something like that tonight. And I'm like, I'll take that. That's better than 0.
Yeah.
But I will probably try to finish my ebook later if I don't fall asleep. But
During these sprints, I read a total of 24 chapters.
damn.
They were a lot of them. Like I said, a lot of them were short.
I mean, the chapter that I'm going into for court is literally 2 minutes and 42 seconds
Uh-huh.
long. Like
During the first sprint, I read 5 chapters. Second sprint, 4 chapters. Next 2 sprints, read 2 chapters each. Then the 5th sprint, 4 chapters. Next sprint 6, 4 chapters. Then 3 chapters.
damn.
Yeah. And that's with me cooking food for the dogs and making coffee.
Like you did get a decent chunk.
Yeah, I at least got it down. So, like, what's my hour time? 13 hours and 35 minutes remaining. So, it was 14 something. So,
That's good.
I've been reading for 4 hours, almost 5, and I've read like an hour of my book. That sounds weird. Like, how does that work?
That almost just like doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't. Like, so it's just, I guess, how it lines up with the reading time and other stuff.
Reading is weird sometimes.
Yes.
Like if you really truly think reading is so weird because you are ingesting content that somebody else created from the nothingness of their brain.
Mm-hmm. I mean, like, literally, I write fan fiction, and yeah, I am taking a known character, but I am making a situation out of nothing, trying. And even with a original already character, sometimes I'm like, I don't know where to take this. So trying to do it all by yourself with original characters, it's like,
Yeah, it's so messed up, and I'm like, I love how I said that comment, Loki forgetting that I've done that. Oh gosh.
well, thank you for joining me tonight.
Thank you for having me and hanging out.
Yep. I hope you have a good evening and that you are able to do everything else that you need to or want to. If anybody shows up later and rewatches this, have a good night and happy reading, positivity, sprints, whatever.
Yeah, bye to anybody that did watch or will watch in the
Bye
future.
in the ether.
Exactly.